Good morning. How's everyone doing today? So we're opening up here pretty close to the top of the 0DT call interest, but we'll see what comes in. Ding ding. This puts us still below the monthly gamma neutral, just above, or I'm sorry, below the weekly gamma neutral, just above the monthly. This gamma neutral kind of acted as a bit of a resistance yesterday. We'll see if it continues to do so today. Looks like vol's spiking right off the bat going into market open. We may get some short calls that pull back here on the bullish momentum, but that can fade. So keep an eye out for stagnation, especially here at the beginning part of the day. Failure back below GN, which is at 214, could see us return to 5,200 pretty quickly. Oh, there goes the vol. I'm unsure what the plan is. Huh. Are you... Which... For what? I figured we'd get a pinata and see what happens. The heist plan? What are we heisting? If you were anyone else, popcorn trader, if you were anyone else, I thought it was a hoist plan. I'm all carved up for hoisting. Did you have a plate of pasta last night? You know, eating like an Olympic swimmer and then going to sleep in New Jersey, Odoristan is not gonna. It's not gonna get you the things you want in life. Okay, that's enough. We don't need to. It's the most New Jersey thing. ASMR, the word combobulation. Please and thank you. Will that do it for you, Deb? Are you good? Now you can approach the market with post-nut clarity only known to Buddhist monks. Well, I don't have a jet ski, but also I don't like going to the beach. So, fair enough. I mean, who wants to go to the beach in New Jersey? Is Discord audio messed up? Probably. It's been fucked for days. Can you slide from one side to the other on the Italian oil slicks? Okay, that's pretty good. I will double check my devices. No. Voice and video. Yeah, yeah, all my stuff is being transmitted, even if no one's receiving it. I could try enabling quality of service high packet priority. Although I think last time I tried that, I got fucked up. CAD is going up. Yeah, yeah. Don't buy puts on it right now. You know, it's probably gonna triple top. It bounced up to risk in the pre-market. I'm up 50% of my zero DTEs. Stop set. Now, what do I do for the rest of the day? That's a good question. Look for another entry. I'm gonna be really sad when I technically have a boss again and have to leave this place. You're not gonna go anywhere. Don't bullshit us. Technically a boss. You're gonna do even less work after than you do now. No? I have 1 year I gotta put in the work. You're giving yourself such a terrible deal. You need to get out of this. Gork, is 522, 52.25 the top for today? Not necessarily. But it might be the top for right now. Gork, you saw the final amount. Let me suffer. I'll be okay. I mean, I just feel like that your lawyer didn't do his job. I feel like part of the negotiations should have been you working as little as possible. Do we have enough chat messages from Popcorn to make our own chat bot? Yes. Yeah, I'm working on it. Did NVIDIA break GN? To the upside? That's a good question. I didn't look at NVIDIA last night at all. Yes. Yeah, NVIDIA is below GN. I think. No, it's not. GN's at 861. It's very close to it. Ooh, that's an interesting way to start the day. I'm gonna go, VIX at 15. I see. I'm gonna let this run on for a minute. I think we're gonna push up into 25. I just don't know if we go higher than that. Gonna close this. See what pops up. See if Dork's awake. Where's Dork? Oh, they want me to hire me to a 5-year contract. We got it down to 1 year. Hmm. What if they fire you? Can you collect unemployment? Iran, Iran has smuggled arms into the West Bank, according to the New York Times. Ooh, and the dollar dropped really fast. Interesting. Gold is literally rocketing. How is Palantir? I don't know. I haven't looked at it since yesterday. Slightly down. Seems to be pretty stable on that risk at 220 2275. Hmm. You know what? I think this would be better. Remove this here. And then I'm gonna move this. Nope. You son of a bitch. Oh, there we go. Nope, I fucked it up. Oh, you piece of shit. 5214 is the failure of gamma neutral. catching the knife. Not very effectively. So we bouncing between the two GNs all day? Oh, that would be weird. Probably not. No, not a lot of news. We have tip optimism coming up at 10 a.m. Which makes me kind of surprised that we're dropping so soon. But here we go. Below GN. I spoke too soon. Discord isn't working for me anymore. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. It doesn't seem to be working for most people right now. I can say that I'm transmitting a voice signal. I don't know why people can't hear it. It's not everyone either. It's just some people. It might be regional or like it's probably like something to do with cloud services. This was nice. Huh. Well, not bad at all. See, that's all it takes, guys. That's so easy. Look at that. 20 minutes into my workday. Done. And that's $132,000 a year job, right? Yeah. Kirk, I have calls though. Get good. I mean, when daddy makes money, I make money. That's not good. Is that $500 for 20 minutes? Yeah, but now I can just be done for the day, right? I don't know if it was $500. I have to check. It was. Where the fuck is the stop price? Oh, okay. That was like 490. Well, Gorg, I lost it all. Well, thank God you're getting your business bought out. And you're going to remain gainfully employed for an entire year. Now you take that 500 leverage and lose it by 4. Mm. I'm so busy these days, so I'm absent most of the time, but I had to drop by because holy fuck does QQQ look like a scrumptious long-term short on the daily. It does, yeah, I know. The Live GN spot, likely straddle point for big data tomorrow, are set up just right to play for 0 DTEs confidently. I mean, there should always be confidence because you have risk management to protect you, right, guys? This is what everyone's doing. I'm convinced everyone's just, entering planned positions with designated price targets in mind. Their risk is managed. Their allocation is appropriately sized to their portfolio. They're just making some money, and then they're done for the day, right? Whatever keeps you in your seat and streaming, Greg. What's up, Nuke? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Looks like it's still shaking out bottom dwellers. Compelling, but very low volume, especially in the pre-market. Or at least relative to recent days. Huh. Could be fun. That's a very small float. Consolidation looks pretty bullish. Obviously, 3 and 350 are big failure points, but you got a lot of bag holders. A lot of bag holders. And I think most of them are going to be willing to take profits right in this range. So that's why it's getting locked up. But I'm going to say year to date performance isn't bad. Look at this ALCC play. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Isn't the payout right for the merger in July like $10? Why would anyone think it's gonna run to 40? Again, no idea what you're talking about. If I make 500 in the first 10 minutes, how will I feed my addiction for the other 500 minutes for the rest of the day? You watch and you wait patiently for another amazing entry like we got on the double failure there. No asshole, no holy hole, Pepino Shaman. Thank you, Kendra. Welcome back. Hang on, I'm writing this down. Wink, wink. I'm the poster child for risk management. What not to do. You do have a habit of full porting into puts when we're moving up. So far, you've gotten pretty lucky this year, though, I think. Are you entering cat PP now? Yeah, I think so. Huh. Do I want to? Let's see if it bounces again to 75. There's still calls at 75. Remember that the dealer is supportive here. So entry is very important. I'm gonna keep an eye on it, but I'm gonna wait a minute. I'm gonna fucking short the bottom of this drop. The market may have other plans, but we'll see. Things are gonna get pretty ugly if we fall below 5,200. But I think we should find support around this level. I think that's a pretty decent mean reversion back to yesterday's close. There is technically still some more downside potential, and I think we may get another leg down in a little bit here. But we'll see how that goes. That might be a couple hours. Ooh, tip. We get tip right now. 1 minute, less than a minute. Fuck, slept in, miss the one trade of the day. I don't think that's necessarily true. But good morning, Dork. A little bit of covering on Fubo? Maybe. I haven't looked at it today. That's nice. No, it's not being covered, but IWM still well, it's IWM still up a bit. Ooh, okay. That was gross. Maybe I will short cat now. Let's do April 19. What do I want to do on this account? Vertical. Let's do 20 strikes. Call side. Put side. 70, 50, $4. Yeah, that's about the ask. I'm gonna try like 410. Go EV's up another 2% today. Hmm. There we go. Cash. Right. A little bit of a bouncy bounce. Oh, tip. I forgot about tip. What was tip? Tip still hasn't printed yet. What the fuck? Are you saying trading stocks is the same like hunting? You sit there and do nothing until you have a good opportunity. Sure, guitar stuff. I didn't make 500, but I made 300. Thanks, Gherk. No problem, man. Glad to hear that. A tip, RCM tip, economic optimism index. It's like a business survey of what is it, like 6 month outlook for consumers' perception of economic prospect. And I think included in that is like a survey of financial resilience over the next 6 months, or like personal financial outlook. Shorting cat's a bad idea. 2024. Ooh, I'm gonna short cat now. It was such a good opportunity. There's all that call interest and it's collapsing. I'm not just straight shorting it. I mean, I have some hedging. IWM is doing a wonderful job of staying right at my straddle point. What's the difference between French toast casserole and bread pudding? I've never heard of a French toast casserole. What is it, Bipolar Bear? Thanks for everything you do. No problem, man. Thanks to the sponsoring my green for a month, Gork. Now I'm an undercover poor, masquerading as a different kind of poor. Glad to help. I can't see the tip. I still don't think it's printed. This is very awkward. Oh, it's been moved. It just moved it to the end of the day. Is it not coming out? What the fuck is going on? Well, that's awkward. Tesla 177s could push this into the 80s. Still needs to break 78. It's just at resistance right now. But, I mean, for me, I'm not really bullish on it unless it gets above DN and GN. And I don't think it's quite there yet. Let me double check. Even then, I'd be cautious of it. Just above GN. A break of 80 would be better confirmation, but you could, I mean, it's riskier, but you could try it. What? It got pushed out? It appears that way. Maybe there was a revision or something. I don't know. It's because Dork slept in. Yeah, blame Dork. Ads on mobile are horrendous. That's what I've heard. Yeah. I don't know how to fix that either. That's on Intel. What about it? They're the primary beneficiary of the CHIPS Act. That doesn't mean they're going to turn that into profits. They have a long history of not turning anything into profits. Was away for a week. Tup totally dead now. Yeah, Tup's pretty fucked from a financial standpoint. May not be dead, but it's not. I don't think it's going to run anytime soon. How are Beyond tips? Beyond was moving a little bit earlier. Not much. Beyond still needs to break $8 before anything fun happens. VIX, wow. You know, if we break down below 5,200, shit could get pretty ugly here. Like we got a nice ramp down to like 85, 80, maybe even 70. Odds on your stream are worse than on other streams. Okay. Do I have more viewers? Yeah, you could use ad blocker. Like Revanced or uBlock. Oh, tip finally printed. Oh, okay. 43.2. So slightly up, but still below the prior month. Beat analyst expectations, although I'm not sure that's going to be bullish when it's down month over month for the last 4 months. Way less viewers? That might be why. I don't know why they're doing it. I've tried everything. CTA slip and slide below 5,200 right into the JPM bot puts DN. CTAs aren't gonna break until like 5150, and then it gets way worse at like 50 50 50 25. I will say that CTAs are currently leveraged to the tits, and that can have a similar impact to like dealers being largely negative gamma exposed. The ratio of viewers to members has to be one of the highest on YouTube, though. Yeah, I think daily, like the average, well, I don't know. A lot of you guys are like in and out all day. I think it's like, I think it's still around like 2,800 to 3,000 unique viewers a day. And then of those, I think like 95% are returning viewers. Have you across 3 devices at various times? How do you know I was in and out all day? Because you told me you had poops. Or at least I assume that's what that was in your toilet that you sent me a picture of. Now I'm looking at NQ on the weekly, and there's froth and white all over the room. Okay, now do this, Gilgamesh. Look at NQ and look at the 10-year tips. Put those on the same chart. I'm just popping in. Now I'm out. All right, later. Thanks for new. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with Discord. It hasn't been working for days now. Another short entry on SPX? It could be, although it's a riskier one. I might take something here. I don't know what, but I would do like 5,200 for tomorrow. Yeah, that's super cheap. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's not happening. I have a serious question. If I'm at a family gathering and my brown eye releases an African barking spider after eating some chili and I quickly inhale it, does that make me a superhero of the people or just a recycling nerd? What the fuck is a barking spider? How do you inhale through your butthole? That's like a superpower. Turtles can breathe through their bums. I would inhale it through my mouth. Out of your own brown eye? This one's too much. You've finally found the limit, Kendra. Whoa! Did you just put the 10-year tips on the NQ chart? Are you on Bloomberg? Do a regression analysis. What's the latest on Beyond, my dude? It is kind of flat. The borrow rate was going up, right? That might be a good sign. Tenure versus QQQ is peak Finfluencer. I said 10-year tips, okay? I'm not some basic bitch looking at just the tenure. Talk about long run inflation expectations versus cost of capital. God. How dare you? So I'm sure I might fucking call you assholes. It's not me, man, I swear. You just need that wide stop. $20 of theta doesn't do that to a contract. You fucking ass faces. What's next? You're gonna look at markets, overall FCF, and CAGR? Nobody gives a fuck about reality anymore, Gherk. Reality has a way of coming up and biting the market in the ass. Is Tia buy to you under 17? I mean, I still have it on drip, but I'm not buying it. I do prefer to buy it under 16 or 15.50. Imagine not going long TLT at 91. Imagine not being short TLT at 85. The real question, downs before or after Kenny burns up all our theta? I feel like if we get the downside move, it's probably going to be kind of quick. I need to short here, though, to fuck with Dork's put more. Is this a terrible entry or an amazing one? Hmm. God, I want to retest 51.45. Is that greedy? A little bit. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that's your fault. Why are you buying calls so far out of the fucking money? Of course those are going to be net short. What happens first? NASDAQ overtaking Dow Jones market cap or BTC overtaking gold in market cap? BTC needs to like 14x from here. Good luck with that. We're going to 51.45. Hmm. I don't think so. That'd be really cool, but I highly doubt it. Gherk's hating on my speed addiction. Well, I mean, it's not an addiction to speed if you're driving in a school zone, Dork. You're just going 25 and a 15. Actually, literally. Anyone see the QQQ commercial on the NCAA game last night? Tops in. I don't know if that's a top signal. Decent cat fills challenge. Impossible. Can be, yeah. Don't tell my supervisor I'm on my laptop trading while I drive the bus. Look, my cost basis is not that bad. Yeah, you're only down 50% in like 5 minutes. Wrong. I'm down 20%. Oh, okay. That's not so bad. How are the GME tips? Ugh. Ugly. People are selling. The lack of outstanding quarter four earnings has put the nail in the coffin of many a hopeful Redditor. 5170, Gherk, man. Haha. I mean, 50, there's a lot of puts. There is a put ramp to the downside. We would have to still break 5200, but yeah, there's a decent number of puts. My only problem with that is there's a little bit of stability here at the 5205 strike. Fortunately, it does appear that people are buying the 5210 put. A little bit of a swell and out of the money call buying or selling. It's probably just call selling. That's where Dork's call is. This struck me as one of those squeeze out the call sellers to get away from 5200 kind of days. Maybe, but the call sellers are still so far out of the money, and there's in the money puts, which makes that a lot harder. There were great earnings. Two analysts that are bullshitters don't get to set the EPS expectations. You sound like a robot on Discord. Well, that's better than no sound at all. Now I'm just scared. Okay, nice. It's gonna be hard to find work. I should start front running all the college grads for analyst positions. Hmm. When are we shorting Tesla again? Twitter saying Robotaxi bullish to 350. I mean, we all know it's not going to work. Even at the demo, right? Also, it's just illegal in every state. The thing you don't understand, Gherk, is that NQ failing its uptrend is way more bullish for my call than SPX failing its uptrend. Yeah, I forgot that part. I got a lot of lines here, but they all look terrible. Ooh. If futures fails 52.50, that's going to be rough. I can hear you on the Discord. Yeah, some people can. Most people can't. I don't know what's going on with it. I listen as much as I can and learn so much from you every day. Growing the port slow and steady. Nice, man. Well done. The other thing you don't understand is that Dixie breaking 104 is also incredibly bullish for my call. Well, bouncing back above 104 after it absolutely fucking tanked against the pound this morning. Greek, I can always hear you in my head. What's that like? Because I don't know how any of you sound. But I imagine that for you guys that hang out here all day, my voice is just constant. Update on the car. Granted, I know you probably don't care, but I've got no friends. I got the smog pump out and the rest of the doodads that go with it. Decided not to pull the air injection pipes. What the fuck are you on about? See, I said it would be bearish if futures fell below 52.50. Hmm. It's just going straight for 16, huh? Why did we dump? We just got here. Positioning collapsed. Well, we hit some sellers on ES, which was a big deal. I'll just like put this at like 13 and move it as we go. Okay, that's pretty strong support. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. Ooh. Are the pit sellers gonna get stuffed, Dork? It's so early in the day. Oh, this is very sexually appealing. That's gotta hurt. God, imagine selling the 90 put right there. Ouch. Ballin'. Nice. Maybe this is my opportunity to get out of my shitty VIX calls. Ooh, cat's dumping pretty hard too. Don't be mad, but I made 1.5K off that put. Most of the money I've made on the toilet. Nice. This is a good drop to get in on Palantir for. Let me look at it. Okay, it could be. But it fell below trend, which means I'd probably wait and see either I would enter on a bounce back above 22.75, or I would wait for like 22.30, 22.25. I don't think I would enter right here at the money. That seems kind of risky. That was a fun put. What should I make on that? That's not bad. It was like, what, $15? See? $2,000 a day. That's perfectly reasonable. On $1,100 risk. If we don't retake 90, 70's open. 2K in an hour? Well, it's an hour. Well, okay, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Was it an hour? Did I get stopped out 4 minutes ago? Maybe. My two puts brought my YOLO port up 34%. Look at the spread on CAT. April 19, 170p. That's a weird option to be. 370p? Don't fool yourself. You can't do an hourly rate. Your skilled labor, your salary. I don't know about labor. I haven't broken a sweat today. Just expect a lot of chop at 370 on cap before legging down. I know you said 365 could bounce hard. Yeah, I don't think 70 is that strong of a support. 65 was significantly stronger. But that's going to become supportive around 367-ish. Slaving over a hot keyboard. Yeah, oof. Oh, look, gold's up 1.17% today. And Dixie's back above 104. 10-year is still getting murdered, though. Whose fault is that? Oh, it's China. China's doing the murdering, right? China and the pound. Why the fuck is the pound rocketing today? Something I'm not paying attention to. Oh, the 20-year gilt went for 4.495. Ew. Is SPX able to keep falling? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Absolutely full port pooties. Look, Popcorn Trader is going to be maybe profitable today for like 5 minutes. And then he won't sell, but, you know, he'll feel it, which is what matters. I'm not profitable. That was a fun little breakdown. So easy, too. All you had to do was short 5,200. I can't believe all of you guys, 100% of you, made profits on that drop. What a great Discord and community to be a part of. No one, especially people on my own quant team, would have been short or long there, right? Seriously, Dork, you know me better than 90% of the people in here. When you buy a call and then I buy a put, what does that feel like? Like emotionally? This is why I can't have a clone. All of his decisions would scare me. Like, I'm a dickhead. Ignore all my previous Discord messages. YOLO Zero DTE Degen plays are obviously the way. I mean, they're nice in an environment where you have some rising realized vol, right? But this has not been true of the last 6 months. I ignored you and sold paper calls. Okay. It feels like I have Palantir bags now. So impatient. Palantir still has a pretty substantial call position on it, though. And it hasn't fallen that far out of that positioning either. I put the gamma chart up, like the full chain chart up for it, right? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Pretty supportive down to like 22. You just don't want it to fail 22. Loving Fubo standing against the drop. Yeah, Fubo is not generally super impacted by index moves. Unless Russell goes nuts, which Russell really didn't on that. So this is right around that point where Caterpillar's gonna run into some support. See that big volume spike there as we move into like the 6750 call. Man, I should have just stayed in this fucking put. Jesus Christ, we really are gonna test 70. That's impressive. I'm about to become a proud owner of GME at the end of this week. Not again. Can you do me a favor? Don't talk to me about it. Gork, my cat 365Ps are showering me in your love. Can you remember to do the levels on it end of day or whenever you get a chance so I don't overhold here and lose it all? I mean, 65 is either going to be support or it's going to fail. And if 65 fails, that opens up all that range down to like 5650. Ooh, we lost 70. This is very exciting. VIX to 20? Market's pricing in hot CPI. Interesting. Nvidia's down almost 4% today. Where do we have support on ES? 5190? A little on ES causes sold puts to squeeze. I mean, sold puts have already been squeezing on a lot of this drop, but I don't know. If we were to lose like 5160 very quickly, we could really move down super hard. Now I kind of want to just take profits on cat. We're like 60% already. Hmm. I lost 200, made 290. 490. Well, up 90, right? Oh, you made okay. So you're up 290 now. Nice. They went from a no good, very bad day to an all good, very good day. Yeah, that extra leg down was spicy. No gaps on the way down either. Funny how that works. Eh. I mean, put sellers are providing tons of liquidity, right? Because of the rising vol. I kind of want to sell the. God, these are such shit. Eh. I'll stay in them. Fuck it. Is this SLD? No, but it may negate the need for a significant SLD depending on how much it continues. There a reason for this sell-off? It appears to be mostly mechanical. There's some fears around Iran moving some missiles near the West Bank. But yeah, I mean, like, volatility demand has been pretty strong. Do it for us who got stopped out. Follow the play. Someone de-risking going into data tomorrow, plus geopolitical risk. No, I don't think this is an effective de-risking. I mean, I think we got some de-risking at 5,200, but there was quite a lot of out of the money puts this morning, right? So, you know, on the failure of 5,225. This cow play was the first pickles pick I actually ever played. What about the last cow play? I thought, wait, hold on. This is definitely not, no? All right. What was the cause of the downsies? Been in a meeting all morning. I've never ever played a pickles pick before. Interesting. Gherkin, what was the cause of the downsies? I've been in meetings all morning. We just broke into the out of the money puts, squeezed off some of the sold puts, picked up some momentum. That triggered a failure of when they tried to hold 5190, and then we just kept falling. Yeah, there's no news. If IWM FTDs are being covered, would that be visible when comparing its price action to SPY? Not really, no. And most FTDs are just going to be, especially at ETFs, are going to be cash settled. So not even necessarily volume. What's the GoEV thesis? Today's its 13th day on Reg Show. Following its reverse split. I don't know how much of a thesis there is there, but see what happens with it. See, the problem with getting tens of millions of dipships to buy into your overpriced tech stock is that they're really flighty. I mean, generally speaking, retail doesn't have the opportunity to be flighty. They're rarely, you know that retail owners and options buyers are rarely, very rarely, uh, out. The first one's out the door. They're usually the last ones out the door. Apparently, Brainerd might have leaked that inflation will be disappointing. Hmm. On Reg Show, so time for Iron Butterfly. I don't know. It seems like there's a little bit of covering going on there. Is anyone going to catch this knife, or are we still slipping? It's getting pretty ugly to the downside. Bot puts are going to start exploding. So, bulls need to stabilize here, otherwise things are going to get pretty fucked. Yeah. This would be a good point for bulls to try to stabilize. If we lose like 60, 55 too fast from here, that's probably, we could just sell off for like the rest of the day. But there should be some okay support right around this level. It might not be the strongest level to get support at, but I think a test a few dollars lower would have been a bit more stable. Yeah, it looks like this like 70 to 50 range is a little weak. Support at 55 largely. So 65, 60 could continue to chop a bit. If we get to the upside of 70, 80, we might see a return towards 5200. But yeah, I mean, put volume exploded on that. So if we lose 55, we could go as low as like 40, 25, 10, maybe even 5100. Is it fair to say nights of big data like CPI is the perfect straddle night? Overnight moves are almost promised, so it's safer with 3 to 4 DTE. I usually go like 1 or 2. But yeah, they tend to be better. The problem is that volatility is priced up and then it crushes. Worth trying to play a reversal, probably too soon. This is a lot of momentum to turn around, if they can turn it around. We're big danger here of selling the 60, right? So, like, say they sell the 60, 65 put, right? And then we get more of a sell off, then those are going to get squeezed out too. So it's really dangerous to add to short vol in a downtrending market. You risk providing liquidity to the market maker, and that can trigger the market maker selling off even more. There's a gearing effect in markets, right? You can think of like buyers of the underlying spinning like a little cog, right? And this causes, that's a terrible cog, but this causes, a bigger cog to get spun. Yeah. Let's just do it like this. I don't want to try to draw these. The little cog. These are buyers of the underlying, and that spins. Bigger cog, which is, the MM's delta hedging change in price. And that causes people to buy more options. Spins a bigger cog. And that causes the MM to hedge even more, but with leverage. Right. And so this continues on and on and on, right? And then you get out into futures and hedging with futures contracts and stopping that, right? Once this little cog starts going, that starts to spin this one and then this one and then this one, right? And stopping the momentum of that and reversing it, right, means that you need to go and reverse. So you've got to take the biggest cog out here and turn it around and try to get this little cog back here to stop spinning. And that's, I mean, mechanically kind of how momentum works in the market. Took 100% on the small cap position. Your opinion too premature? No, not necessarily too premature. It depends on what position you took on it. Like if if you just went straight puts, it's fine, right? If you hedged off some of the upside risk or the theta, then you might not be in the best position to take profits just yet. Are they finding support here or downsies? They're trying to support this level. This level's pretty important, I think. Holding 60-65 is gonna matter, but it can still slip to 155. They don't want that. If they start letting it slip more here, right? If we were to test 50, like this were to collapse, and we test 50, the MM's gonna go long Vana, and they're not going to be able to turn it around. Once the MM's long Vana, if you're buying calls, you're feeding the liquidity, like you're feeding the MM top of book liquidity. Um, if you're selling puts, you're feeding them liquidity. There's no, basically, you can't buy anything at that point that causes a bullish price reversal. At that point, the only way for price to reverse is for short interests to fall off and take profit. Gherk, my golden piggy bank. Feels nice and big. What data do I need to be scared of this week? CPI and PPI. Bank earnings are probably the most bullish thing coming up on the docket. Took the day off yesterday. What did I miss? Yesterday? Fucking nothing. Today? $40 drop. Wow, $60 drop. Are you feeling aroused by this drop? I feel like they'll probably find a way to stabilize it. Jesus Christ. Call premium's too high. Hmm. Fuck, almost tested the EMA 30 too. So close. Interesting. Yeah, this could be mildly bullish, but it may fail again. Hmm. So if we break 70, then I want to go long. But what strike? The 80? 85? I hate going long on this shit because I know Vol's gonna crush. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of gaps. This might be a little bit more choppy than it appears. I don't think this is gonna just straight up V. Does high call premium make it harder for them to bounce it? Much. Yeah, that's part of the reason it's so important to control volatility, because it keeps premiums low. That's what futures are for. Yeah, but your input is your input has to be so much greater than the output, right? With the drop on Meta rejecting 525 again, would this not be so bullish anymore going forward? I don't think a $60 drop has changed the market dynamics that much. We're around what, DN on the monthly now. This should be roughly where our low for the day could be. I think we pretty much bounced right off the market maker's expected move. If we get back above 51.7268, we're back above delta neutral. But that still means that we may get a close sub 5200 for the day. And I don't think crawling out of this hole is going to be quick, because we are below delta neutral. How low can they get VIX? Might not matter if all their short puts get squeezed out again. Do you have any thoughts on CPI that you could leak out now? I mean, I think it's going to be hot. I was pretty clear on that already. I think everyone expects it to be hot. I don't think that's going to be a mystery. The question is only how hot. Time for long SPX puts. I mean, you can get them, but you have to manage them. So it's are you going to manage them? Jessica Alba as Sue Stormhot. That movie was so bad. Manage, same like hold till worthless? No. What would neutral positioning what neutral positioning would be for CPI? Do you mean from like a participant standpoint, or how could you neutrally position for CPI? I mean, we're probably going to see a lot of straddles and strangles come in. Maybe more strangles since IV's a bit elevated. But that also means tomorrow can just be really choppy as those positions break apart. Okay, getting a little ground here above delta neutral is pretty good for the bulls if they can hold it. It still looks kind of weak, but they are pushing back really hard. This is kind of a point where like intraday straddles would be pretty good, right? You could do like should expect it to be more bullish. Strangle. 1, 39.40 by. Oh, really? It's not gonna let me do that? What a piece of shit. Pretty weak bounce off 65 for Caterpillar. Although it might be getting a little bit of momentum. Let's see. 70 would be the important test there. Any positioning suggesting that we could fail this bounce? Well, a drop back below delta neutral would be excessively bearish. That's at 51.72. There's nothing but puts, right? So it's just a question of which puts that we can move over and which ones are sold. Getting above 70 is pretty important. Getting above 80 even more so. So a failure of 80 could drag us back to like 60. There's going to be some capitulation and profit taking, but it really depends on how much. And then we have to see if people lever back into puts at the top of the bounce. $51.85 end of day. I think 80 or 85 is pretty compelling. But I mean, if we get over 80 early in the day, they could get it back to 52 by the end of day. Time to re-enter Apple credit spreads. If you're not sitting on them already, I would probably wait till after the data. Do you think the ability to play VIX like a fiddle should be changed? There's probably better ways of pricing it. But no, I think we've moved past the point where we can remove, volatility as a tradable asset. Hmm, that's interesting. All right, let's see what happens. Did you see the downside coming at the beginning of the day? This morning I wrote, we're opening again near the top of 0 DTE call interest. Watch for call selling and stagnation. A break of 52.25 is slightly bullish, but the transition up to 52.50 is weak. This increases the chances of an early rejection once again. Tip economic optimism may have some influence on whether we break up or not. If this does fail, it will probably be a slow bleed to keep volatility in check. But puts have grown to the downside. Puts have grown to the downside, but additions could be easily sold. Well, we got faster downs. It's kind of a big deal. It'll be $30. I mean, it's already over. Once we hit 5,200, it was pretty obvious we were going to move down to 5180, 5170. The fact that we hit 60 was nuts. This is getting more bullish. Break of 80 is important if this holds. Let's see. Cats. Yeah, plenty of time on that. Gold's still pumping. That's not great. Fail. Interesting. Was 30x levered into gold, 12x levered into SPX short, 1.4x levered BTC short at 71K, 51,000x levered into short euro. If the trading competition hadn't ended a week ago, oh, what was that for? Oh, okay. I've run out of day trades on my gambling account. I'm currently up 200% on SPY puts, expiring in 3 days. How do I protect the gain on the puts if I can't sell till tomorrow? You can sell the in the money put against the position. Like you can box it and turn it into a spread. A spread's probably turning it into a spread's probably better than turning it into a straddle. Although you could have some pin risk. But generally speaking, yeah, you would just create a box spread and that's it. Let's sit away for a meeting. Down rest of the day. I mean, just from a capital efficiency, yeah, the pin risk could still leave him profitable, but it's annoying to deal with. From a capital efficiency standpoint, it's better to receive credit than pay the debit. Can we rerun the market so I can YOLO into puts? If only. Are we gonna slowly grind our way up to 5,200? This could still fail, actually. Not that bulls aren't trying to get a reversal, but NQ is still quite weak. Dow's still pretty weak. And they already failed one breakout of 5180, which is not a good look, especially at these levels when everything's so thick with puts. That failure is going to encourage more put buying, which makes the path to the upside even more difficult. But they could potentially leverage up and push this back to 52. It's just right now it's not a very strong push back to 52. Most of the strength fizzled out pretty early into the bounce. Yeah, failing 5180 is not a good look. Do you have any thoughts on Tesla supposedly pivoting away from the Model 2 and towards robo-taxis? I think it's just bullshit. It's just hype and bullshit. I don't think it means anything in the long run. Tesla's just massively over short right now. And a bunch of it's like leveraged ETFs on Reg Show. It's just pivoting bullshit, trying to save their stock. Yeah. Trying to give them they're trying to what they're trying to do is they're trying to give themselves a roadmap to profitability that doesn't involve selling cars in a 7% interest rate environment. Unfortunately, Musk has done this so many fucking times that no one buys it anymore. Once you get into a taxi with no driver and no steering wheel, especially a Tesla. Ooh, bigger failure. Yeah, this is looking gross. So they failed the initial breakout at 80, then they failed the second attempt at a breakout above 80. I think if we lose the EMA 30 here, that's pretty bearish. Remember, 72 is where delta neutral is on the monthly. 72.68, which is I'll adjust this for that. Right there. There's a pretty good justification that it'll get a continuation. I mean, today was a very nice drop on cat. It did find support at the trend. Um which I expected. I expected it to find support at 65. That does not mean that it won't then fail 65 and move lower. This. I mean, the call positioning was already collapsing Friday, right? And this is a continuation of that. So there's a very good chance that the rest of the bullish positioning is going to start to fail as well. Obviously, a drop below 65 would be a lot more bearish, but it's not there yet. I don't have a lot of theta, but I've got till next week, so I'm probably gonna wait it out a little bit. I'm not too worried about a bounce back above 70. The upside call interest was pretty weak still. Give me 1 second. I do 160, 5240 was super dead on. Thanks for sharing this stuff with us. No problem. I bought a lot of theta on my cat. 365. Oh, okay, answer that. DN monthly is like 5K. Yeah, it's pretty close to there. I think it's like 49.80, something like that. It's getting pretty close to 5K. Hmm. Let's see if this bullish consolidation gets us another little breakout to fill that gap. And then maybe we fail from there. Series moving. Ew. Pretty willing to buy like 90. Yeah. Top totally dead or still hope? I mean, their financials were terrible. I don't think the short interest has come off of the stock, and they haven't announced their yearly results yet, I don't think. Thanks for the great cat play and all the info and time you give. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Sheila. I appreciate it. I'm glad you made some money. That's awesome. It's too early in the day to set up strudels for CPI. It's a little early. There might be more advantageous strikes to set them at. You ever grow fatigued of being thanked so much? No, I love it. I want you guys to make money. And I want acknowledgement for my stock, my deity like predictive abilities. It's a symbiotic relationship. Wait, what? Or am I? Are make money? Yeah, you know that thing where like the at the end of the day you have more money than at the beginning of the day. Please be. I must be doing something wrong, possibly. Yesterday when I saw the sun go out, my first thought was, what is Gherkin trying to tell us? Can you clarify the difference between hard landing and soft landing in relevance to whether the index will still be tradable effectively after the market crashes, if either one happens? A hard landing could lead to a significant period of stagnant equity prices. Do you want J-Roll to make money? I mean, he's in here. I don't want him to make money by being a liar, but if he wants to make money trading, that's fine. Do you consider our wins like your wins by proxy? Yeah. Yeah. No problem, question. But we could trade commodities instead. Wee's a little bit strong. Love money. Love Gherkin a headband. Thanks, Jason. Do you consider our losses your losses for tax reasons? No. I'm down 50k total. Do we also share those losses? Not at all. I just assume if you're losing money, you're doing it wrong. And if you're making money, it's thanks to me. It's a very simple concept to grasp. Do you want your wins to be like our wins? No, I want my wins to be better. And I know exactly where you're going with it. Well, here's how I look at it. I tell people ways to make money. I tell people ways to not lose money. If you lose money, you've probably not done one of those two things. So then I look for different ways to teach people not to lose money. Sounds like a you problem. Not at all. I bought a 4220p and a 4220C. Is it dumb to let them burn up? You might get a better exit on them, but I'd assume that they're just dead already, right? All right, then. Keep your secrets. Ooh. We fill the gap? Hold on. Yes, we did. The moment of reckoning is upon us. Do bulls fail yet again? I should probably put a stop on these. What the fuck did I just do? Ooh, I like that. Hmm. No. All right. Bull's got a foothold. Pumpies? Hmm. How much are calls? Jesus Christ. Well, fuck that. Intraday reversal of the entire drop. Possible. 90s a little bit important, but not very much. I think there's a pretty clean path back to 5200 here. We had to break 80 with some momentum, and we did. So what's the drawdown I take on that? 10 cents, something like that. Boop, boop, boop. Intraday reversal of the entire drop. I keep re-entering and losing money. I should stop doing that. I mean, probably find a good entry, or at least like straddle. Keep getting that insider info from Mr. Fink, and we'll keep praising you. Is living in a world where bonds go up as equities go down so much to ask? It's kind of a big ask. I sold the puts at 100%. Calls are trashed. Ended up plus 1100 overall. Look at that. And if we'd broken up, you would have been protected. So you make a little less money, but you preserve your capital, which is what this is all about. Can trading losses from credit card loans be discharged in a Chapter 7 filing? Asking for a friend. I don't know. Ask a bankruptcy lawyer. Possibly. This time is super serious. Wind down. Excellent question. It would have been better if you'd asked that while we were going down, because I could have just said now. Did Kashkari speak from 10:25 to 10:45? No. Day's been good. How you doing, man? I noticed the Bitcoin bulls are really quiet today. I wonder why. Where's that MSTR Bader guy? Imagine holding the inflation hedge bags for massive hedge funds and thinking that you're changing the landscape of fiat currency. Could get back to there, but we could get back. Well, we could get back to there. 42. Fucking cheap. Holy shit. Feels like bulls are holding on by their fingernails. I mean, they definitely want to try to get prices back to where we were this morning. Yeah, the cat bounce off 65 has been pretty weak. That's kind of compelling. That might be a good sign for a continuation. Bull's still struggling a bit with 85. How's momentum looking? Should be picking up more. Got a nice reversal on the 15. Also have a double bottom on SPX now. Well, not quite. No, it's a double bottom. Well, it's close enough. I'm down on Palantir. Do I jump? It just broke back up through the 2275 level. I'm at 25-ish% on my gold position from yesterday. Thanks, big dog. No problem. Yeah, gold's pulling back a little bit here. We got some sellers, but the trend is unbelievably strong. I want to take a look at GoEV. This membership is older than all my friends' kids. Thanks for doing what you do. It's a weird comparison, but I'll take it. No problem, man. How do you think gold goes if we don't get a crash this year? Just depends on speculation at this point. I mean, it's already kind of beyond the pale, right? 3K? We'll probably see a lot of sellers if it gets to 25. But yeah, I mean, why not? The thing about the situation gold is in right now is there's not a lot to stop the speculation, right? I think the only way we get like a substantial amount of easing in that is if inflation doesn't break the bank and cools, but inflation's not cooling, right? And healthcare cost calculations are going up next month. Gas isn't getting cheaper. We're looking at end of year deficits and supply. Shipping's still a problem, and that might get even worse with Iran escalating against Israel. Oh, the U.S. 10-year over 5% yesterday. Yeah, you're not alone. I really do want to start buying up a bit of duration. Not leveraged anything, but like I would like to pick up some more 30s and 20s again. That was fun last time. Do you stream stocks here? What's the alpha? Dork stands in the middle of a room, and we shoot him with suction darts. And on his penis, we write tickers. And whatever suction dart sticks to his penis, that ticker, we buy it or short it, depending on the color of the dart. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that was under the NDA. Stop giving away our alpha. Whoops. How many tickers fit on that thing? Well, we write really small. How long do the darts need to stick? The longer they stay, the more theta we buy. Oh, 1 second. All right. Oh, one sec. All right, there we go. I can't wait till this shit at the house is over with. A rejection here is probably going to be disappointing for bulls. I mean, we're below GN, right? So any rejection has the potential to get weird. I kind of agree with you, but we're getting hmm let me rephrase this. So yes, but if we break 70, we're gonna reaccelerate to the downside, right? Did you hire union guys? I don't fucking know. Just guys. I don't think they might be. Because forecast for 2025 world oil demand growth by 30,000 BPD per Reuters. Yeah, the EIA's forecasts have been a lot more bullish than OPEC's, but I would say that there's probably truth still somewhere in the middle of them. By them launching them HSC note, and that stuff will be done under a week. Well, I have to go back out there tomorrow and be there to let the EPA inspector in, and they're gonna do the soil samples from where we took the oil tanks out, and then as long as that's in the clear, everything should be done in like the next 3 weeks. I don't know about the pool. The pool is gonna be a little longer, but they're not there every day. Yeah, heating oil tanks. We removed them, and then we did like a, I don't know. They dug out like 10 feet of dirt on either side of them. There was no leaks though. We just did it as like a precaution, or if the previous tank leaked. But they thought they were the original tanks that were installed when the house was built. Yeah, abatement, but that's not what they called it. It was I can't remember. When you get the house on Airbnb, let us know so we can start booking it. Man, I don't. I think even if I got the house on Airbnb, I'd have a hell of a time actually selling, like actually like renting it. It's like way the fuck out on the island. Like the only people that go out there are people who are trying to escape from New York City, not tourists, right? So your demand's gonna be kind of shitty. I've thought about it, but it's such a pain in the ass to keep it up. I'd rather just sell the fucking place. Either I move into it or I sell it, right? Like those are the options. I feel like I have a hard time paying the taxes putting it up on like Verbo or Airbnb. It's a perfect spot for long weekend parties. The place will get trashed by Jerseyites. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to I don't want to just like if I put it on Verbo or whatever, I wouldn't want to discriminate against race or ethnicity or sexual orientation, but I would very much want to discriminate against anybody from New Jersey renting it. And their policies are pretty strict on that. What Nuke? The thing? Oh, that wasn't even an hour. Someone just knock. Hold on. All right. That was just my food. What is this? This is like its own little plate and everything. Nice. I love getting my fucking breakfast that I ordered at 8 a.m. at 12:16. Any resistance? 51.95. It shouldn't be a big one. I was Yeah, it's warm. Just late. Usually I assume in New York City if my food doesn't show up in like 45 minutes that they're just not going to make it. QQQ is now finally above my losses from the choppy straddle. I would like the contract to mean revert back to that like $2 level though. Can this do another big downsy? Well, we're still under gamma neutral, so yeah, it can. That's gonna be a problem. Probably a persistent one. I'm kind of hoping we hit 5205. It's a bit of a stretch. It may be hard to break back above 5200. But we'll see. We'll not see a beyond run until OPEX, huh? There's still tomorrow. Before ACH starts clearing from last week, right? Volume picked up a little bit today. Still way below average, though. How thick is overall positioning? And 5200's by far the largest strike near the money. I think there's like 200 something thousand calls, 201,000 puts. It's pretty thick. Yeah, it is. But think of this. It's it's like 1/3 the size, or 1/4 the size. 1/3 the size of the 5,000 strike. Tomorrow should be the end of the ETF FTD periods from the prior OPEX. Settlement can still continue out 3 business days past that. SPX double top on the 1 hour. Yeah, also almost a double bottom on the 1 hour. Beyond flat until OPEX after that? Not necessarily. Those sold short, calls are gonna start to experience like more and more effects from charm since they're out of the money. Would you mind pulling some strings and buying Express to take it private? I wouldn't get Express if they gave it to me. Just go into their office, right? Their headquarters in Columbus, Ohio. Walk up to the woman at the front desk and just be like, "Hey, I'm so and so. I'm here to assume your $1.32 billion in liabilities." What's a good flavor of potato chip? I'm really all about dark russets right now. Hmm. Sour cream and onion. It's okay. All dressed. It's the only thing Canada's ever done right. Went down. Well, I hope after we test 205 and I can close these QQQ calls. Although I guess I should be prepared for some kind of failure before that. Hmm. Hmm. Well, that was fun. Yes, looks like it might fail a test of VWAP here. When do these candles come in that peen straight to the PT? We got those already. That was this morning. More bearish if we fail before 4,200, 5,200. Yeah, it is. Although kind of grindy and choppy back down to 5170. So a failure here may not pick up a ton of momentum. We are below GN, and there is less positive gamma, at least, down to 72. So it's a little slippery. It's not like fully bullish or neutral. Um, but momentum would be better. I have salt and vinegar here, but watch out. Yeah, I don't like salt and vinegar. I've never liked those. Even as a young lad in London, snacking upon crisps, salt and vinegar, worst flavor. It's the British just needing acid in one of their foods. They don't have a lot of citrus. You take that back. That's one of the few vinegar flavored things I like. Go figure. Well, they put vinegar on their chips, right? And so I think that's where they got the idea. They were like, we're going to put it on our crisps also. How can you and I be so close with all dressed, but so far apart for salt and vinegar? You're an enigma, stock god. Well, all dressed are salt and vinegar, but they're also barbecue, right? Crisp is an adjective, not a noun. I said crisps. And they invented the language. Don't tell them how to speak it. Which one of the zillions of colors on ES is VWAP? It's the orange one that we're finding resistance against. So it's this one right here. 52, 40, 86. I can and I will. You're from Texas. I'd hardly call what you guys speak English either. No, not crepes. Crisps. Psst. That's not the point. They're not French fries in England, they're chips. The English would never credit the French with inventing anything that wasn't shitty. Although I will say the one French word I do remember British people pronouncing correctly was bidet. Hmm. They're freedom fries now? Bidet mate. The French didn't invent fries anyway. The Belgians did. Yeah, but no one likes them. Any inventions by the Swiss or Belgians are just attributed to the French. People are like, sounds like you're speaking French, right? And that's good enough for the rest of the world. But the English monarchs are French, technicality. No, they're German. They're not German either. They're Norman, right? Which was uh so hold on. I've read Rollo was the first Duke of Normandy, and he was Norwegian, possibly Danish. No one really knows. So technically, the current royal family is not descended from William the Conqueror. Well, descended from Henry the Seventh, right, and Charles the Sixth. No, not everyone is Mongolian, although a lot of people are. Are the Spice Girls royal family? The Tudor line ended with Elizabeth the First. I was clearing up the clarification about Normandy, which I am aware that the current royal family is not Norman directly. But she is a direct descendant of Henry the Fourth or Charles the First. And then I think her German wait, her the German heritage of the royal family came from Slovenia, right? And Austria, which were at that time part of Germany. Hmm. What's up with the morning sell off? There was a lot of puts. There was a lot of puts and there's a lot of call gamma falling off today, so well, a little bit of call gamma falling off today. Is there any relevance to an EMA crossing VWAP on longer time frames? I mean, if you want to use the past to direct your eye to the trend that you're already looking at, sure. Nobody was his own thing, not part of France. Yeah, I know that. Well, that's yes and no, right? They were largely independent of France. But I think still pledged fealty to the crown. Maybe that sounds right. Is X gonna give it to you? Ooh, I don't know. Is it? The salted potato chip is king. Yeah, yeah, it is. HMB's up almost 8% today. That stock's been moving. Yeah, that's why I bought it when it was cheap. Pretty, pretty good choice. Hmm. Have you seen the last season of Curb? It's one of the best. Did they do another one? If they've done one in the last 2 years, probably not. This upside run looks spent. No, not yet. It's definitely more of a bear flag than it is a bullish reversal, but it could still move higher. There's not a ton of resistance keeping us off 5,200. Season 12 finale was just last week. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. One of my favorite new guidelines is not to play something twice. Have given back a lot of gains that way, but man, cat makes me want to reconsider. I mean, sometimes that's the correct play, right? Is to be long and then be short. It depends on the move. Most of the cat play is just that the buy side got so exhausted on that double bounce, right? And bulls got real skittish and took profits on the second opportunity. Cat could easily stabilize 50, like 365, 370, and bulls could come back in. There's definitely a risk of that happening. The cowboy is on the saddle. Let's hope the bronco doesn't buck. You bastard. SPX daily for the last 3 weeks. Looks like the market is officially borked. Well, we've run into a period of disagreement after quite a lot of upside. But I would say that we're not failing in a way yet that makes me overly bearish. There's still a chance we see one more all-time high out of this. Uranium sinking? Well, some of the other commodities are moving up, and so interest is getting divided, but I don't think anything's changed on uranium. Nothing notable, at least. The biggest things to worry about with uranium are reduced government subsidization in the green energy sector, right? So that fewer new reactors being built out. And the other thing would be a resolution of the Ukraine conflict. Those would be my two biggest risk factors that I'd be looking out for. Dude, what the fuck? My buddy sold his tiny house for 500 grand. Unreal. Who the fuck would buy that for that much money? These people are fucking delusional. Doesn't even have a foundation. In New York? Yeah, it's like southern Westchester. It's like 1.5 bedrooms. Maybe it's like 1,000 square feet. And it's on like 0.09 of an acre. What's the line that distinguishes a tiny house from a shed? R- running water? Sewage, maybe? Oh, Jesus. A tiny house sold for more than my 3-bed, 2.5 bath? Yes, but it's in New York and in an affluent part of New York. You're in Nevada. So you just the difference in price will be the spread between V and W or Y, V and Y. That's what I think whenever you say Nevada like that. I think that's the proper pronunciation, okay? Just because you guys say Nevada, which is disgusting and almost as bad as people saying Italian, um, doesn't mean you're right. GME is a stronghold. Super Stonkers, probably. I don't know. I feel like Super Stonkers are fleeing. Get your Italian ass down here and say it to my face. You get your Nevada ass up here and say it to mine. The spread is only like 2 letters. Yeah. God, we're gonna have such hot sex the moment we meet face to face. The tension is palpable, Doric. It's palpable. Nevada is like the Midwest of the Rockies. Hmm. Go back to geography class. Rockies, Sierra Nevada, same thing, right? It's in between them. Yeah, kind of. It's got an O'Reilly ad. What does this mean? I don't, I don't know that my appeal is broadening. It means that YouTube thinks you're poor enough to fix your own car. The only parts of Nevada that aren't military bases or alien camps are butted right up against the Sierras. Well, that's because otherwise you wouldn't have any water, right? What about Vegas? Hmm. Could you rank top 3 rappers, dead or alive? Nas, Biggie, Andre 3000. I'm from Brooklyn. How is Lil Wayne not on your list? Top 3? Are you kidding me? No. Dylan, Dylan, and Dylan. 3K at his peak was as good as it gets. It's like people in here haven't listened to Hustle Mania. Back down to 70 now? Gotta break 80. 80's support too. I'd put Lil Wayne in like my top 20 maybe. I mean, the only problem, there was a point at which Lil Wayne stopped being able to speak because he'd had so much fucking scissor that it rotted his brain. Eminem top 10? Maybe. He's probably earned a place. I don't know if he'd make top 10, but close. Maybe he does. You seem like a big Macklemore guy. No. Eminem is number 1. He fell off, and then MGK went full self-sacrifice to resurrect him again. MGK's a fucking tool. He should have kept his fucking mouth shut. That was just, who does that? Who's like, oh, I'm gonna try to take on Eminem. You know it's slow when Pickle Jar talks about their normie music? Yeah. This drop was predictable by SAX falling below trend, retesting, and rejecting off of it. Oh, it was also a bear flag. So even without the trend as verification. Where do you put 50 Cent and DMX? 50 Cent's a piece of shit that let little kids sell drugs for him. DMX is awesome because he beat the shit out of my step uncle. It's a long story. I'm watching Beyond. I have time for this. Is this on the human or centaur side? Human side. I don't think I should say too much else. That's probably already too much information. Deganoth, we've been over this. Everybody is half centaur, okay? What about the Beastie Boys? No. I got punched in the face by Sherry Zombie, so yeah, nice. What'd you say? Further breakdown? This could get a continuation. Yeah, we're below GN. We're in the world of the market maker selling the downside now. Yeah, auctions right now. But we broke down into it, which is kind of neat. 4.528 before the auction. Fed bid almost $1 billion. Still haven't lost 80. Nope. I feel like it's a bit out of character for the Fed to be bidding on the 3-year right now. I have no idea which one it is. It's a 3-year auction. It's not a huge one. It's like 50. Well, it's big, but it's not huge. It's like 58 billion. 20-year at 4.6. 10-year at 4.5. 10 years at 4.3. I wish it was at 4.5. We'd be at 5150 right now. Typos. Oh, okay.
30-year at 4.5. Yeah. Oh, you meant 30-20. But that spread's really only important to the banks, right? Or the inversion on that spread. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dirk. The banks and you. All right. Bid to cover 2.5, high yield 4.5, 4.548. So 20-point tail. Boom. Goes the dynamite. Also, the bid to cover sucks balls. Ugh. It's like nobody has faith in the full faith and credit of the United States. Tail bearish, tail volatile. $20 is not a small tail. That's a big fat tail. What? Yes, an SPX diverging arbitrage? It won't last. Some VEPs in this clown market? No. I mean, they're shorting a lot of vol here on the news of the tail, but the tail's not bullish per se. They may just trying to be keeping vol in check in order to drive down the demand on it. This is a 3-year auction. Quality may vary. People are talking about DMX, Flavor Flav, and Centaurs. They're also asking Pi-Fi to tell a story. Gherkin, JPM duration risk is 5 years. Any auctions duration less than that are irrelevant. 3 less than 5. Oh, and I know that. Their duration risk, their rolling maturity is roughly 5 years. This seems bearish. Dollar's up. Dollar looks pretty strong on its bounce, too. Maybe we retest 90. And then some short put capitulation. Or no one gives a shit because all the auctions are expected to be bad at this point. Inflation expectations aren't real. Yellen's over in China slamming sake bombs. Maybe soju. Everything in my report is red, but then I remembered I'm like Gherkin and I sold all the green ones. Nice. Green ones are for putting in your wallet. Baiju? Hmm. plum wine. Have you guys ever mixed unfiltered sake with Red Bull? It's phenomenal. Yellen strikes me as a booze hound. She didn't get that thick. I'm not trying, Dave. I'm glad I ran out of settled cash in the first 2 hours of trading. Why? You don't want to just sit in a call all day watching it barely print while vol gets slammed into the ground? As someone who bought out of the money calls at the bottom, I still kind of regret it. They're up, but it's been a long ride. Are you in my living room watching me? Yes. I was gonna buy spreads at the bottom, but there was no actual spread to buy. Also, vol selling to counter under GN environment. Well, an attempt to, right? But volatility is very sensitive now, which makes like vol selling all the more risky. Ugh, should I be full porting bear call spreads here? Mm, eh. Selling options under GN. I don't like it. Well, yeah, I don't like it. At least not call spreads. I don't like call spreads. Or put spreads. There's other net credit positions that you could establish under GN that are way better. I don't know those ones. It's because you never read the book. Do you see CPI as being potentially bullish tomorrow? Curious your outlook before health costs are readjusted. No? Gasoline prices are at like 6-month highs, man. No, housing isn't coming down. Housing's up. Housing was up last month, too. The housing markets, I mean, like, housing's not going to stop climbing until there are a lack of buyers, right? Which means that as long as, bank credit remains liquid, right? You get where I'm going with this? So the only time that houses will be cheap when everyone is broke and unemployed. It's '08 in Japan all over again because we have a weak as fuck Fed. Yes, we do. Yeah. Look at home builders to semiconductors. I've seen it. Are millions of undocumented immigrants entering the USA not helping the housing situation? They're not hurting it. They don't live in houses. Bank credit stability, same like yields on short 0 DTE Vana spreads. Yes, guaranteed. Ah, liquid? I think I got you. Full porting Dongguan Jinlong industrial grade glycine. So if we cut rates, that means people will keep buying. No, if we cut rates, that means the spread collapses and banks stop lending money. If we shock rates, same thing. If people are buying, that means inflation stays higher. Yep. What are your preferred tickers for copper? My only copper exposure is HBM, and it's been amazing. I am up 81% on it. Talking about Xinlong as an industrial standard. I never want to go anywhere else. For my industrial grade glycine, fair enough. Are you guys trying to bait me into advertising industrial grade glycine? Because it's working. But if JPOW hikes, he's not a cuck. If he cuts, he is a cuck. Thus, he should choose carefully what he does and how people will remember him. Ah, yes, his legacy. Is he Arthur Burns or is he Volcker? Is he both? Only time will tell. What does ES need to slip to for us to go down? There's support at 52.33. That's a major level. Below that's pretty bearish. 52.20, 5200 opens back up again. There's a solid chance we stay kind of right where we're at for the rest of the day. Maybe see 80 again. Like 80, 90. This range could get sticky. And getting like volume dropping off in this range isn't the most bullish thing ever. Or bearish. Like we're above most of the sold puts. We're below all that fucking OI at 5200. Oh, no, no, no. He's definitely not Volker. He might need to be. Google unveils custom ARM-based chips following similar efforts at rivals Amazon and Microsoft. Neat. Guys, stop pumping HBM. We're not pumping it. We're all in already. You're just late to the party. Bought that shit in like what, 20? God, it's been a while. 2022? The 10-minute looks ridiculous. What a weird time frame to watch. Gherk, were you ever a milkman? I mean, I milk men every day, but it's virtual. Where's Grim 2 now? Volker was a man of Gherkin size. JPA is a small man, such as myself, and thus not capable of doing what needs to be done. Well, I'm not sure that his physical stature has a lot to do with anything. My portfolio only has HAL, PBR, and BNAD. I need more stocks. Is there really a reality where GME does anything substantial? I'm struggling, and my cost basis is around $34. uh, it's such a hard question to answer, right? Because no, they're not currently doing anything substantial, and it may be a very long time before they do. Yes, they could do something. They've just not shown a propensity towards that. Do you know the real reasons why I trade $25 out of the money early in the day? Because you're a cheap fuck. It's cheap, and I'm a cheap fuck. There's a ton of speed packed into the building of the saddle. Yeah, I know. Risky, though. Those are really dangerous positions. Especially to try to manage on fidelity, right? As much as you might like it. Yeah. GB could do what my uncle did and open up a fursuit car wash. Do they wait, hold on. Do the people working there wear the fursuits? Or do they clean fursuits? There's two different business models. Yes. If you don't nail the direction, you're fucked. Yeah, absolutely. Fast, too. What do you get at the end of a furry car wash? Asking for a friend. They love it. Honestly, tapping into the furry market would be a good idea. Those are people with six-figure incomes buying those expensive fursonas. So what you're saying is that we should open up sex shops with a trade-in policy. I'm eating black licorice and I have the day off. Felt the need to bug you guys. What is it with you and consuming things that are potentially toxic? Are you ready for my $1 billion idea? Baste me in it. Get this, furry AI companions. How do you know that they're wearing a fursuit? Jamie needs to secure a partnership with Fleshlight and hot anime girls who say ooh ooh and cross their eyes. Don't forget the eye crossing. You guys ever had someone do that to you in real life? Like the Ahigo face? I don't think it was real. It is. It is, and people are doing it. They're doing it to other people in real life. Let me tell you, at my age, if you're at the Long Island house laying down some pipe and someone crosses their eyes and sticks their tongue out, you assume that they've had a stroke. Kind of things, I kind of eat things I'm not supposed to, so I become poisonous just in case. Oh, I see. So you're bioaccumulating toxins. A few good strokes, actually. Why the fuck is that stupid ass face so popular? I don't know. There's a large contingent of men that exist on this planet that want to have sex with a 1,000-year-old 14-year-old who makes that face. We had nothing to do. Weeb's increasing at an exponential rate. Is that how they get around societal norms? They say the 14-year-old girl is 1,000 years old for anime? Yes. Yeah, that's a thing. Can you make that face for me really quick? I'm trying to rent some videotapes. I described the taste of black licorice as sugar and hate because it's so bad. It's disgusting. It's amazing. Take it back? No. Isn't black licorice poison? Yeah. It also has like a slew of drug reactions that can occur. So if you're on like any medication probably shouldn't eat it either. No, I love butter. Butter is amazing. Literal poison tastes terrible. 5300C, 5100P for tomorrow. Whatever could go wrong, you lose all your money. We won't take you back to the Midwest. I've never been it. I can't go back to something you've never been. What if I take 4 Cialis? Can I eat black licorice on that? I don't know. Yeah, grapefruit does that too. Grapefruit's got a lot of weird drug interactions. Do you think we drop here finally? Well, we failed a lower high. Vol's picking up a little bit. We're not at a really important price level, but we could fail to a more important price level, like 80. Why did we drop so hard this morning? There was a lot of puts, and we broke through gamma neutral with some volume. And then we squeezed a bunch of short puts out that tried to stabilize on the initial drop. So really it looks like one big drop, but it was three separate drops. So first we got a shitload of call selling at 225 and profit taking on the call side. Short put started to close and we fell to 5200. Upon falling to 5200, put interest on the long side increased below 5200 because the delta on all those out of the money puts from this morning went up. Then we failed 5200. Then around, oh god, it was like 5190, they started trying to sell 5190 and 80, they started selling in the money puts, which then got squeezed because the momentum was too strong. And then we failed like another $20. There's the breakdown. I started putting turmeric and ginger powder into the grounds when I make coffee. It's really nice. You know, if you want, I can just get you a microplane and a ball of lead. It'll speed up the process. No problem, Tom Tom. I want to make a grapefruit black licorice sherbet. Or, well, a sherbet or a sorbet. Go to a nursing home, wait for the anime faces. Don't worry, I looked around for a company that doesn't do that shit. I'm pretty sure turmeric just binds lead that's in the soil. I don't think you can get turmeric with no lead. Or completely devoid of lead, right? Turmeric isn't good for anything. That's bullshit. If CPI is hot, there's no way SPX goes down? That just makes too much sense. I mean, most of tomorrow will probably be just neutral positioning from today, splitting apart. Not all soil has lead. True, but a lot of it does. It was a byproduct of us pumping lead into the atmosphere at a dramatic rate for 3 decades. Lead may also slow cancer growth while you get your brain damage. Oh, that's nice. If my turmeric doesn't have lead, I don't want it. How else will my paints be vibrant? Curcumin is good for the joints. Oh, Jesus Christ. The problem with spices like powdered turmeric is the farmers will put lead chromate into it to make it more orange after they cut it with chalk powder. Yeah. Yeah. Cinnamon, too, right? Is lead the reason I did kindergarten twice? Did you ever eat white chips when you were a little kid? Hmm. So it's actually the curcumin in turmeric that binds to heavy metals. Interesting. Guess it's more specific though. They do put lead in it as well, but it does bind to lead in the soil also. How could you not eat them? They were so sweet and crunchy. There's a certain deciduous plant that grows locally that has untold healing properties. Packing peanuts are the precursor to popcorn stalks. Is packing peanuts how Popcorn Trader found himself with a tiny kernel? The lead helps weigh you down to keep you from getting raptured. The eclipse is over, okay? We're talking chelation now? That's not how you spell that. Chelation? No, okay. He was packing the peanuts. I made teriyaki stir fry again last night. Smaller pieces, carbon steel pan, a little higher heat. Turned out way better. Nice. All those old Indian people have eaten turmeric every day or fake news. Yeah, I don't think lead kills you. It just makes you crazy. It's like a degenerative neurotoxin. Are you saying Indian people are crazy? I don't know enough old people from India to make an assessment. Tell me my daily mercury dose is still okay. There's fucking lead in every spice you buy. But you just told me you got spices with no lead. I go to a spice monger. I don't know about you. I did my best. So there's such thing as a spice monger. You could call them a spicer or a pepperer. In Middle English, it was a spicer. There is. We have a couple places here in the city. There's just like big spice shops. You just go in there, they have all the none of it's like pre-ground. You just go in there and buy parts of stuff and grind them up with a mortar and pestle. I like spice shops. They have the weirdest things, like a curio shop from a video game. You're going full serial killer with his dozens of jars of whole spices that he grinds with a mortar and pestle because he's a psycho. It's not because I'm a psycho. It's because I want my aromatics to be freshly ground. Irish moss, fenugreek seeds, parking lot berries. You know, Squamps, you should open your own spicery. Are your calls 10x yet? I got stopped out of them like half an hour ago. For not great returns. When you incorporate them in your lean hog dry rub, listen, you already asked me for the recipe for that. Don't act like you're above dry rubbing your hog now, okay? I wanted to buy a virtual plot of land and open up my own fortune teller kiosk in the metaverse. I had to throw out a whole side of lean hog because my freezer isn't big enough. Wait, you bought a 3-bedroom house and you don't have a garage freezer? I have a garage freezer and I don't even live in the house. Ship it to me. Garage freezers come when you replace your fridge. Only if you replaced your fridge because of the door or something, right? I'm not a fan of dry rubs. Too much friction hurts, removes all the pleasure. You're clearly not extracting enough liquidity. Dork moves into a house 2 weeks ago. Chat, re-dork, house poor. Listen, man, if you didn't want to join the class of the landed gentry and be ridiculed as the landed gentry are, you could have just kept renting. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Expecting a similar 160 220 range tomorrow when they exit neutral positioning? Probably, yeah. Although that can get a little bit more volatile depending on not only the print, but how everyone's positioned. At $5, 5,100 put for end of day sounds like a bad deal. Did Dirk move into a Taco Bell? He wishes. Although, honestly, your first move should be to reach out for a franchise license. That way you can start making some money on that extra bedroom. My port went from 700 to 1,200 over the last few days. I'm ready to start opening tranches, CDS on junk bonds. Are freezers good to use temporarily if your air conditioning breaks? Only if you can get inside them. A bucket of cold water and a fan. What about a ladle? The market might drop to 80. How does one profit off of this? Skip strike butterfly. One second. My cat just opened my door and then left. Gherkin been hot with the exact position the market has aggregated itself into. I mean, I spend all day watching it. Skip strike butterfly to rook 8. King me. Those are 3 different games. He's just saying hi. That was weird. He usually doesn't come out around this time of day. Do you not let your cat into the streaming room? I mean, I do. I don't leave the door open because it makes it echoey in here. But I also don't close it all the way. Does he like you yet? No. But I prefer it that way. How'd your doctor's appointment go? I don't know. I like went in and I got a test and then I left. I don't think I have any results from that test yet. Does your cat like warm computers? No, he likes living underneath my couch. Did they say small peepee? No, I'm sorry. GME is not going up right now. Are you supposed to get your penis tested at the allergist? I've been doing it all wrong. Or the allergist has. Pretty sure you're still allergic to everything. Yep. Do you have a heat source under your couch? It's on top of a vent. But my heat's not turned on right now. My dentist tests mine. Nice. My heat source is my love for Gherk. Beautifully put. Does an allergist tell you what you're allergic to, or can they make you not allergic to those things? In my experience, they simply tell you what you're allergic to. And then sometimes they're like, wow, you're really allergic to that thing. And I'm like, I know, I told you that already before you stuck me with it. Now just puts their fingers in my butt and tells me to pretend sneeze. I've told you several times that your HMO covers, non-veterinary services, and you refuse to listen to me. Wait. You're telling me they're not people doctors too? When your allergist breaks out those gloves that roll up to his elbows? Those aren't made for people. Inverse Iron Condor, 1 DTE on SVX. It's not worth the risk generally. If you get an opportunity to close the legs out separately, it can be. Ugh. But they're hard to break even on. It's kind of like a shitty version of doing an overnight straddle. How's your health insurance? I assume it's good. It's very expensive. I paid for all of the things, and then I got the stuff that was like, I can. There's like a private emergency room I can go to that's not open to the public. So I don't have to be around the pores if I have an emergency. Or worse yet, wait on the pores. Private ER seem like shadow kitchens on Grubhub. Sure. Gherkin's to go to the rich people wing of the hospital. This is a real thing. My SPX calls are very expensive. Therefore, I assume they're good too, much like your healthcare. Exactly. Is that a mafia doctor? No, that's only if you get shot. I think those gloves are for the doctors that can't afford the snake camera to do colonoscopies. An exploratory colonoscopy. Concierge physician, you plebs. I have farm horse health insurance. You and Dork both. Is Beyond still on Reg Show? Yep. If so, until when they clear out the obligations at a rate faster than they generate them. Can you make the SPX do ouchie down? Only if it breaks 180. Is what time? That was so lame and broken English. I'm banning myself from any more comments. Apologies. It's okay, Rug Pulipotamus. As long as you do your job today, all is forgiven. Where's the Reg Show list? Is it on a website? It's on multiple websites. Because there's more than one of them. Does your health plan include private sponge baths? No, but I can get I can have like my doctors make a house call. I can get at-home doctoring. I've never tried it, but I assume they show up with like a little bag. House call them, surprise them with a sponge bath. It's on Google. I keep trying to invent new butchered versions of the name Gherk, but I end up hurting my throat. But you don't have to pronounce them, only I do. Then why did you leave us yesterday? Valor just isn't going to come to my house. It takes, at a minimum, 3 months to get an appointment. That guy's got to be killing it. Gotta test him out. Grakft? Grakft? Grakft. Nailed it. When's forced covering on Go EV? I don't know. Today? Never. My mom's leaving her urgent care and going into concierge service. A lot more money. I wore those doctor bags and a stethoscope. Sponge baths are at 1.5 times my standard hourly rate. Free? Your standard hourly rate for me or your standard hourly rate for your profession? Giggling with delight. Thanks, Gherk. No problem, Squamsk. I went to Hilton Head, South Carolina. Now I'm back in New York and sad. Time to move the family. Yeah, nothing like 5 years of regret after 1 week of vacation. Touche. Taking requests, chicken on a raft. I wasn't, and no. That is a red candle. They canceled my. They really again? Piece of shit. Hmm. It's only 2 o'clock. Hmm. I'm not gonna get the fill I want there anyway. Too much support on ES. Another high. Still need to fail 80. Yeah, 51.75 could become a straddle point. CTAs aren't selling off at these price levels. Guys, look at Soundhound. It's gonna be a big wee winner like Nvidia. I don't think so. I think it's a big pile of shit. Kind of squeezy meme stock. There's a lot more delta at 75. Excuse me. Puts on SPY? Like right now? Hmm. I don't know, what's SPY trading at? 516? Could drop to 514. Yeah, that's an option. Hmm. 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 Okay. I'm gonna grab a drink real fast. Back. Back with more tea. Oh no. Forgot my pill. 1 second. I I got the tea to take my antihistamine, and then I left my antihistamine in the kitchen, and I went to get my antihistamine out of the bottle, and I dropped it under my stove. It's a damn good thing I'm good at stocks, because I can't function anywhere else. I've been drinking a lot of tea lately. Yeah. What's up, popcorn? Is this a stepbrother caught? I didn't get caught in the stove. That would have been scary. So with the positioning that's been building up so far, CPI is moderately hot. Do you think we would trade flat or see the market do dumps? I feel like we're more likely to get broad chop out of tomorrow and down with PPI than we are straight down with CPI. Although if CPI is surprises to the upside, it could be very bearish. Do you ever wonder if snails feel pretty smug with themselves? No. Do you think they're smug? Is it because they're so slow? Like they just have all the time in the world to get anywhere they're going? Fuckers. I feel like I may pull back weekly spreads of CPI tomorrow. I don't want to risk it. Okay. Still's definitely X snooty. I love eating snails dipped in hot butter. It's like bubblegum popcorn. I just can't do it. What do snails taste like? Boogers. You ever eat your own boogers? Had enough of those as a kid. So like oyster mollusks. They got their big old house they carry with them all the time. True. Last time I tried oysters, I got pretty violent food poisoning. That can happen. Yeah. Have you ever covered your boogers in garlic butter and fresh parsley? Delish. Squirt 11 really does it. Mm. My wee wee is like a snail going back in its shell. Good for you, hamburger helper. Well protected, right? Palantir played deader than a doorknob. No? Well, it wasn't earlier. I don't know what it looks like now. No, it bounced back to risk. I don't really see how that's deader than a doorknob yet. I guess a continued failure from here would be pretty bearish. But it's still pretty much just right at risk. It snapped right back this morning. There's a little bit of theta on it for a reason. It offers up some flexibility. You pull your eye in if you fucking some kid poked you in it too, cinnamon pine cone. You ready for crude sub 80? No. TLT over 95. Jamie Dimon is. That's nice. Still nothing bullish here. Curious. I'm gonna retest the high and fail. That's fucking, that's the most boring way this could go down. Hmm. Gold's moving back up again. All right. As it's looking for power hour, end of day. It still looks kind of bearish. But again, like things don't get bad unless we break back under 80. We may test 80 again, so we'll find out soon enough. But there's a lot of short vol that's interested in keeping this right where it is. I wonder how cheap I could get an out of the money $50 spread for tomorrow. That's not cheap at all. 25, $9? Jesus Christ. $7 isn't bad. That's gonna get crushed so hard. Are we gonna cock rocket into the end of the day because everyone's buying overpriced calls out of the money? If you close your eyes and imagine hard enough, there's no currency risk. Also, CNBC showing the radios we're sending to Ukraine, and they look like my grandpa's cell phone that came in a case. The word you're searching for is rugged. At least the snail eye poke was the extent of my childhood animal abuse. Fair. So lower high, but no downs. But we're down from the lower anyway. Gherk, I'm confused. What is it? Help. Rugged enough for use by a group of furries? No. Rugged enough for the standard DARPA testing. No one's built a cell phone rugged enough for extended furry use. Tomorrow looks weird already. Yeah, someone's buying a lot of out of the money calls. 5210. It's a decent number of puts too. Still looks like the straddle point's gonna be like 5200, 5210. Now I'm thinking if we do get a drop, we get a rip into close. No one's made a radio to be used by Marines either. Same thing, right? Hot, sweaty sex. You know what it is? It's the salt. It's really hard to design electronics that can survive a highly saline environment. Briny? Brackish. It's totally normal for people to instantly associate furries with unspeakable carnal acts, right? Yeah, yeah, it is. That's the assumption. That's why I pickle my cell phone. And now you know where you hit it. Furry, hot, sweaty men in uniform, Marine, Hot, sweaty men in uniform. Yes, I see now. Going equal dated on the puts tonight. I don't know. Either have to buy a lot of theta or none. It doesn't mean anything. You're just reading too much into it. See? We're retesting 80, just like I said. Thanks, Gherk. You're welcome. I didn't say it dropped to 170, it likely means a rip tomorrow. I just said I feel like if we drop below 170, we're going to rip into close. Welcome to Costco. I love you. What line? I sat on 500 all day. Negative 500 all day as it chopped. Sold there for plus 200. Small dubs, but I appreciate it. Nice, man. Well done. Congrats on the profits. Nokia enters chat. Listen, we weren't talking about items forged by the same dwarves that forged Thor's hammer. Okay? We're just talking about standard run-of-the-mill cell phones. Also, lacking video capabilities. I don't think we'll bounce to 5,200 if we fail, but I do think we could move up into close. I'm rocking a Samsung S24 Plus right now, baby. Nice. I don't even know what model my phone is. Old? It's old now. Probably. It's also a Samsung, but it's an old Samsung. I miss the variety of old phones. It was like living in a cyberpunk manga. I remember the first girlfriend I had who had a, what was it called? The Sidekick? Switchblade, or whatever the fuck that thing was, where it like flipped open and had a keyboard. And she was a like chronic texter. I didn't know it was preparing me for the future, but it was. It was. It was like dating a zombie. You miss free market competition, is what you miss? No. The Samsung flip phone that flipped both ways was the best phone ever made. Sidekick was the phone. Switchblade is what she stabbed you with. No, I was stabbed. I was stabbed with a dull steak knife. And that wasn't her. That was someone else. Can overnight debit spreads in both directions and expecting chop be an okay alternative to straddles? Yes. They can be, but they're a little harder to manage and they're not nearly as profitable. Who hasn't been stabbed at least once, right? We're talking about crazy X's? I mean, I guess we could. I was wondering when the Bulls were gonna defend 80. That was it. That was the spot right there. Listening to you over the years, I've realized I've lived a boring life in the Midwest compared to your wild stories. I'm a thrill seeker. I don't know what else to say. I like risk. Had a wrist fractured blocking a stick swinging at my head from an ex. Same ex threatened to stab me with a butcher knife. Ah. Twice thugs weekend in BK. This weekend in BK. Anthony and Sons Heroes. Hold on. Why does that not sound familiar? I don't think I've ever eaten there. Is it good? I'm not a big sandwich guy. It's fucking incredible? Okay, okay. I'll check it out. Okay, 18 minutes behind chat. That's fine. The market's 6 months behind where it should be. Does it mean are all girlfriends actually crazy? You know, I've always wondered that. Is that just a bias that's developed because you're not with the person anymore? So, like, as time passes in your mind, they get crazier and crazier, and they weren't really that bad to begin with? Or does the crazy fade? Because, like, everyone's ex is always crazy, but so few people are like, this girl I'm dating right now is a fucking nut job. Kind of like a recency bias. It's for sure in hindsight. No, they're crazier. Survivorship bias. You take off the rose-colored glasses when you break up. Yeah, it's true. Unless you have ADHD and can pick up exactly where you left off with someone, even though you haven't spoken to them in 3 years. I didn't know that that was a symptom. But if you go and stay for the crazy, are you the red flag? Yes. As I get older, I get better at spotting bipolar narcissists with borderline personality disorder. Yeah, they're the hot ones. What's a nut job and how do I get my wife to do it to me? I thought bulls were defending the line. Well, they're trying to. Every girl I ever knew on lithium was hot as fuck. How many girls did you know that were on lithium? Gherk, I'm bipolar and I get dumped a lot. Try being monopolar. Sample size of 1. No, copper's just up today. Gherk, tell gold to pull back so I can buy in for cheap. No, I don't want it to do that. Are slugs monopods? Gastropods? Gastropoda. It's almost power hour. Hmm. If I just wanted to go 5190. $52.10. That's not a bad price. Don't worry, guys. Oil's only up 1% since the beginning of the year. Norfolk? Oh, Norfolk Southern paying 600 million to Ohio. Sounds like a good dip buying opportunity. I really want the day to end with VIX 16. We have CPI in the morning. Why are we not pricing in risk? Torque, why doesn't the market care about proper tail risk management? Is copper up today? Like 28 points. You see it's grinding up end of day? I think it depends on if we fail. I think if we fail, then we could maybe hard bounce into end of day. But if we don't fail 5180, we might just stay here. There's a lot of out of the money puts still. What did you call me? Billy Goat Jenkin? Both? Why did you put a gun to my head? I'm forcing you to buy that 5150 put for $0.45. You told me to exercise my constitutional rights. And I don't remember you using the safe word. We didn't see an end of day push up near 5200 is likely unless we drop under 70 first. I think a drop under 70 would increase the strength of a bounce. Findom is a hell of a drag. I would never betray Dork's safe word publicly. My safe word is Gherkin. Is what halibut? Is it Bips? Wow. I I can't believe you do me like that, Dork. $5,100 end of day? No, that's crazy. Unless we lose 5160. Well, I said unless we lose 5160. My safe word is harder. That's gonna get confusing. That's a TLT straddle for tomorrow. Ew. Spy QQQ straddles are so expensive. That's because they're gonna massively outperform your TLT straddle. My safe word is, oh god, please stop. I don't remember my safe word. Red, yellow, green system greater than single safe word. Listen, we don't need your FetLife fucking user's guide, alright? This is a stock trading channel. Let's keep it on topic. Can we go back to talking about glycine? No, I feel like that's straying into the weeds again. Mine is my uncle did that. Always turns her off. We never stay on topic. Well, we do. It's just that the topic changes. Goddamn people trying to derail the streams. Anyway, Gherk, what are your thoughts on furry AI waifu chatbots? You're really moving into a fringe audience there. I feel like your market share is going to be pretty small. I'm doing it anyway. I had a nurse in my last case who wouldn't hang a bag of glycine despite me asking 3 times. Okay, she can't fucking hear. Have you thought about buying her a hearing aid? This is not a consumer products review channel. I bought a coffee machine and a bidet here. Excellent. And how much better is your life now than it was pre-bidet / coffee machine? The coffee machine is just fuel to use the bidet. Fringe audience with way too much money. It's the same people who drive souped up WRXs with scantily clad underage anime girls emblazoned on every surface. Is that a real thing? You've been in Nevada for too long, man. How do you feel about Pimco? I have mixed feelings. Why do you ask? That's true not to be in my room. Upward of 1,500 times. Doesn't seem to be working. Uh, but you haven't written her up, and I'm wondering why. Wait. Is a bidet / coffee maker? How's that work? You know the steam wand? Don't use that on your butt. It's Pimco, not Pimpco. I mean, well, there's some arguments there, but GAC. Your speed and accuracy of responses always impresses me, Garrick. Thanks, Richie. I'm pretty tired today, so I'm surprised I'm so on top of it. Because I have better things to do in my life and try to get someone fired. But god damn it, it's taken years off my life. If you were a vampire, you could get those years back. The fund Kashkari used to run. Kashkari was he didn't run it. He was a managing director. Fucking kiss ass. BNed fading. Oh no. Beyond is dead. I'll never recover from this. Is it still at $7.50? You guys just get each other hyped up every morning and then the stock's flat and you act like it's the end of the world. It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest thing I've ever watched. Where are you gonna find a cave of rabid bats? No, 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 that's not vampirism. You need to go to Oregon and find a pale guy, metrosexual pale guy. Is Kashkari a hawk or what or dove? He's a wild card. I got all these rabid bats over me. You told me I'm gonna have to ask them to stop. They don't seem to want to. If you had 7K, what would you buy for tomorrow so you would never have to work again for the rest of your life? A strong dose of reality. Safe words in ultrasonic. Hitman. Is that because you love what you do and you never have to work? No, what I do is work. I just like it. Because there's something wrong, I assume. I've reached the peak of high functioning autism, Mr. Poopy Pants. There's nowhere to go but down. There's nothing wrong. You just keep doing it, please. I wasn't gonna stop. God. It's not even the right price. Ew. There's no way CPI should be cool tomorrow. Like 0.2% month over month. It's highly unlikely. There's no revisions. Not till next month. Not till next month's report, which is comes in June. Bull, bear, or neutral? I'm gonna try to get as close to neutral as I can. This breakdown's kind of bearish. It's not nearly as bearish as the breakdowns earlier today, but a little bit. There's like $8 more range before we run into support. We could pick up some momentum on the way there too. I do worry that we get kind of held up at 70 though. I don't know if 70 would also break. That's going to be a little tougher. We're going to Pickle Financial. Trading with a touch of the tism. A touch. That sounds like a terrible job, Poopy Pants. Wait, isn't that what you do? I know you, but you do that to doctors. Softball size hail and tornadoes here tonight and tomorrow. It was nice knowing you. Please give my 10,000 rev shares to Dork. Okay, I'll make sure he gets them. It would be a shame if we gap down to the CTA triggers tomorrow. Huh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? I wasn't like trying to call you out. I was just stating a fact. I do something that requires way less mental capacity. Popcorn can have all my Vega. Wait, hold on. Does it expire Friday? Because if it doesn't, he's not going to want it. July, August? Yeah, that's not really his style. Does 5175 not a strong resistance? No, there's like no resistance there. It's just bearish. The Vega will all be stale by the time those options expire. There's nothing like when you first buy some Vega exposure and it's super crisp and ultra responsive to changes in implied volatility. And then, 2 months later, VIX spikes 20% and it doesn't even move. Smells good too, yeah. I need you to hit up Jimmy Dizzle and get this sell-off going. You still holding that 5150 put? I'm autistic. Toe ring. Oh, gross. Level 40, 419, 5150. That's very nice. The past week to sell 5130s against several times. Why wouldn't you just sell the 5160 against it? Never mind. You can give my new roof to the Ginger Balls bot. Stop trying to divvy up your assets, Ben. I'm not your financial advisor. It was 45 cents. I wasn't so sure people wouldn't buy crash protection for tomorrow. I don't think CPI is going to crash the market because it's a little hotter. Unless we get like 0.8 month over month, we're not getting more than like 100 bips down, right? Who do I give my Ford Focus to? I hate it. Goodwill. You can have my house. It needs work. You son of a bitch. Goodwill won't take it. But people are regarded. True. What would a 200-point down day look like? $5,100 ES? 5,115 ES? Prices not seen since March 7th. People are focused on financials and profits. No, they're not. They haven't been focused on financials and profits for the last 3 years. Also, that's a ridiculous. I'm not going to get into why I think that statement's ridiculous. Nope, I am. You do realize that tightening financial conditions are going to affect the forward yield of earnings on the S&P, right? So people very, very much care about the data. I think the treetop's point is the companies can pass the inflation onto the degenerate consumer only if the consumer is robust enough to absorb the price shock. Currently, they are not. All their credit cards are maxed out. The consumer's been milked so dry, it's just a husk. It just climaxes dust into the air like a mushroom. That's a visual. Only if you imagine it, Jen. Pfft. Pfft, what? Efficacy of playing equity that outperforms either side on CPI days as opposed to playing the indexes and their derivatives with the high IV. Yeah, you could try. It's probably slightly more efficient. Although you can run into the same problems with Crush there, depending on their beta, right? Joke's on you. I just opened another credit card, 5K, and tapped YOLO money. Let's fucking go. Who the fuck is this guy? One of your credit card brothers? Wow, that's really not getting cheaper. Hmm. Dixie pushing 104.20 already. What a day. Are we stuck forever in the 5,100 to 5,200 range? Listen, if we go up and down $60 a day every day, I don't care where we're stuck. Is Tesla gonna dump tomorrow? Maybe. Rejected off of GN. What a piece of shit. How's Palantir looking to you? It's fine. Ugh. It dropped more. Kind of gross. Or rejected back off of risk. I still don't have a position on it. Oh, nope, I do. Never mind, I lied. I have some $23 calls. When the fuck did I buy those? Huh. I'm going to Japan in September. Should I swap to JPY now? Ooh, maybe. That could be smart. 100% cashback on failed options trades. That's not gonna happen. Crash into close, rip into close, chop into close. I don't think rip. Maybe. We actually have a pretty crazy range that we could trade in. Just because of how things are positioned right now and going into tomorrow. There's still a small chance that we test 70, although I don't think we go below 70. If we break back above 80, we could close as high as 5,200. Hmm. Pixel under 80. On shitty momentum. That looks pretty bearish though. Check out TLT. What's going on? Hmm. I think it's getting that wacky. Hmm. 10 BPS swings aren't doing it for you. I mean, bonds are trading like shitcoins right now. My friends keep asking if I know what the USD JPY is all the time too. How do I explain this stream? Coolest place on earth. Duh. It's a cult. Any chance for 5170 anymore? It's a pretty strong bounce. Probably not. I guess it could fail here. We could bleed out again. But it was a strong bounce. Retested resistance on futures. Broke a little bit above it, although I'm not sure this is going to have enough volume for that to be meaningful. Now that's a breakout. Might still run into resistance right here again, though. Get ready with your puts. I kind of want to sell a butterfly. Let's see what tomorrow's open interest is looking like. It's getting a little later now. The 5190 chastity belt. Hmm. Tomorrow. Call interest at 200, 210. Put interest at 95 down to 75. 205 is flat. So center point on the straddle's probably around 205. 200, 205, 195. I guess I can move up a little bit from here still. Now if we start to break up, I think I want to sell the... What do I want to sell? I want to sell the butterfly. 52. 52, 190, 210. Ooh. Max loss is 285 if I sell it right now. I'm good as long as we don't close below 95. 92. Yeah, see if we break up. But I want to get that locked and loaded. Iron butterfly. 10 wide. It's pretty fucking spicy. Uh, Why does that seem off? Oops. Sorry. Wait, 80. 135. Oh, because of 205. Interesting. I like that one. Oops. Hmm. $20, $15, $23, $40. Hmm. 9, 35, 16, 20. That can't be right. $23.40. Oh. $23.40. 23.40, 16.20. There we go. $5,300 incoming. We could run up to like 205, 210. Maybe above that. Although this is probably gonna get exhausted. Yeah, this is probably running out of steam pretty soon. I don't think we're gonna get much above 210. 210 is probably the upper limit here. Settle into 205. It's right where I want it. Dork, the max loss on this butterfly is $60 for 900 credit. So we just buy a bazillion calls? There was a lot of delta. Yeah. They did both. Calls and puts, same time. I did buy it for the wrong date. It's for tomorrow. I bought it for the perfect date. $22.20, $13.40. do I keep doing that? And then 1490, 2230. Oh no. Son of a bitch. $14.90, $22.30. I don't know why I keep seeing that. It's annoying. Check out vol convexity. Wait, Durick, look at this. Hold on. Boom. You like that? I've been thinking about it for like an hour. It's now fully implemented. I'm gonna close this shit today, though. No. This is exciting. What a nerd. So tomorrow market open. It's gonna look like that. Boop. It's not a Franken spread. I don't have the money to ghost this one. That's fair. It had to be legged into anyway. So now, tomorrow, I just need us to test 52.25, settle somewhere around 5,200 at some point, and then drop below 5180. That's the perfect crime. How are you going to manage this if you're not going to be here? That's an excellent question. I forgot about that. I have a cell phone. Driving while trading is perfectly safe, right? Conditional order? This is WeBull, my man. I mean, technically, I don't have to manage it. We could just close at 5207 and I make max profit. Oh, I do drive. What do you mean I don't drive? I drive most of the time. That's why I pay for a parking spot. How much is a spot? They actually just raised mine. It's $450 a month now. What's the most money you've made while driving a car? What do you think I just like have like a notebook of my trading accomplishments in different places? Yes. I should. It's actually a great idea. 450 for parking? Jesus fucking Christ. I'd die in New York City. I mean, you don't need to own a car. A notebook would be absurd. I assumed you had literal trophies. Do you have a luxury car or a beat down 96 Civic? I have a nice car. It's not a 96 Civic. Why the fuck would I pay for a parking spot for a 96 Civic? I'd just park it in the Bronx and leave it there. 5200 straddle good enough for theta for CPI PPI bank earnings. Friday? Yeah, maybe. F450 turbo diesel with trucker nuts. No. Insurance fraud? Parking your car in the Bronx is not inherently insurance fraud. No one would steal that. Ew, Audis are gross. I feel like Frankenspreads need to be in the Louvre. Because they're a work of art. The beauty of that butterfly is it can only lose like 60 bucks. Like that's its max loss. Are they gross because you prefer innies? Ha. No, just because they're pieces of shit. Lexus all the way. Rich people don't like downtime in the shop. We ain't got time for that. Lexus, Porsche. least Mercedes or BMW. Those are acceptable luxury vehicles. It's not a box spread, it's a butterfly, and it's cash settled. Porsche way more reliable than Audis by a long shot. Nice NW. Bostic did Bostic things. That's the news. I didn't even know he was speaking today. What disinflation? He just said delusional shit. Which every day was this easy to trade. If you didn't make money today, I don't know. Thanks, NW. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you did, at least. Some other people I think did too, but support here or more downs? Yeah, we should probably be fine around this range. 95 to 205. Bulls are going to want it above 200 into close. Bears are going to want it. I don't know if Bears care, actually. Below gamma neutral. They had to pull him out of the dungeon where he was tasked with giving Todd sponge baths so he could spew bullshit at a camera. J-Pow was just like, listen, Kashkari was too hawkish. You need to get out there and say the word disinflation. Nice, Marpo. Well done, man. I made 10 years of Pigeon Whale and I still refuse to pay off a credit card. But don't say deflation. No, it's got to be disinflation. Fed president starts saying deflation and the market will crash. What's got a meeting ago? What was this Pomp Bostic saying bullshit? $9.35 credit butterflies. God, they're beautiful. Max loss is $10, dork. Like 1,000. Max loss is $65 total on the position. So 65 cents times 100. So only 85% of my port's net value. Now I want confusingly cool and hot CPI though. Like I want core up, headline flat. That way tomorrow we can test 52.25 and 51.50. No, make it easy. One direction, please. It's ridiculous. This isn't a boy band. Hot year over year, but cool month over month. That's not possible. Actually, it would be. We need 0.2 month over month. Would still give us a bump in the base effect. Well, the drop in the base effect would still give us a bump year over year. So, yes. 0.2 month over month headline would be perfect. Because what I want the market to do is rocket into open, right? We test like 52.40. Then I want it to fall back to 5200. Stay there until the end of the day and then just drop like a rock. When everyone realizes that the hot core print means that PPI is going to be hot as fuck. That would be the perfect outcome. Is it possible for them to lie to us? But to what end? If they tried that, everyone would just be immediately suspicious, right? I mean, that's why they seasonally adjust it anyway, so they can lie a little bit. You plan on selling bear calls if bulls try to tap 52, 20, 25, 30? Fuck no. We also have Fed minutes to. Ooh, shit. Okay, change of plans. I want us to open flat at 52.05. Fed minutes come out. We spike 52.25. People read the Fed minutes. We go down to 51.80. And then we fall to 51.50 by end of day. Can you revise your predictions? I forgot about Fed minutes. It's not a prediction, it's a view into the future. Dirk will never understand. Forget about idiots shoving 300 billion in Delta up the market maker's ass, but you don't hear me complaining. You're still pissed about your 51.45 put, aren't you? Oh, sorry, 5150 put. Now the question is, no, I'm not gonna do that. Probably because we're just gonna end up here, right? $5 is $5. It's true. I won't deny that. If you didn't mention that we would rock it end of day, I wouldn't have been positive today. I did warn everybody. I gotta stop giving it away. It's too good. Never ever stop, Dad. I made money on the morning dump and end of day pump. Thanks, Gherkinator. No problem, man. Not only did you warn everybody, but you said they were going to break 4,200 at like 11 a.m. Well, I mean, it had become apparent, like very obvious that that was going to happen at that point. Don't worry, you didn't get it perfect. We didn't get to 70. We came pretty close. 74. And we got 60 earlier. Nice. Palantir catching a little bitty. Maybe into end of day. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to close back above that trend. Still under GN? Yes, we are. I didn't see Tesla retest the highs. I'd say retest tomorrow. It's trying for GN again. I don't know. It's still weak. Maybe. I have Cisco in my Mount Rushmore of rappers. All right. It's all subjective anyway, right? Can you give out updates on Discord at all tomorrow while you're out? I can try. It depends on how busy I am or not. I'll probably be able to drop an update in the morning, but maybe I'll be able to drop an update in the morning after CPI. But if I don't head out early enough, I'll just be stuck in traffic all day. Are you loving this vol on SPX? Yes, I am. Yeah, I might be gone all day tomorrow. We'll see how long it takes, but last time I thought I'd be back around like the middle of the day, but the fucking traffic is just terrible. Hey, look, and we're gonna close at 5205. Huh. What would you consider bad traffic? I used to commute from Orange County to LA. I've experienced the worst traffic the world has to offer. Why not use a ride service taxi? Why would I want that? So I can be in a less. Oh, fuck, really? All the way up to 5210. Dork. 3 Sigma end of day. That's almost more ridiculous than the fucking run earlier. Ding ding. How silly is that shit? Alright, let's see where this puts us. So we tested pretty close to the bottom of the market maker's expected range today. Bounced back, rubbing right up against gamma neutral going into tomorrow. Which is interesting that the bulls would push for GN and not just stay at 5200, but obviously there's a very good reason for that, right? That way if CPI is bullish, this can just rocket in the pre-market. And the cover bid will fill in the rest of the upside move. Yes, almost back to trend. Starting to get pretty volatile here. Broad commodities down a little bit today. Dixie finished the day slightly down, but it recovered the majority of its drop from earlier today. Yields, however, have been falling. Yields fall pretty hard today across the board, with the exception of the 3-month. Correlation on the 1 and 3-month kind of just choppy. I guess a little breakdown in dispersion today, but not much. Forward yield on volatility ended the day negative, just barely, negative 0.13, and that might still end up positive before the actual, like before futures close. Carry trade fell off a little bit. I think USD JPY picked up some strength. Moves probably not updated right now. Yesterday's skew looks like more tail risk hedging. This might have broken down a little bit today with all the vol shorting. Definitely not 50. That's old. This is something interesting. Big move in VIX futures correlation starting off for this week, and I don't think we got to go over this one yesterday because it changed quite a lot. We were up around 38%. We're now at negative 21.78. So cash VIX futures becoming significantly more correlated. Now, some of this might be risk premium getting priced in, and we could still end the week back closer to where the trend is there, like up in that negative 30% range. But if we don't, that's fairly significant. We're now pricing in 0.56 rate cuts, so a little bit up from yesterday's low, around 0.51. Not too crazy, but a little bit of a bounce. RSP kind of overperformed today. I think Dow ended up reclaiming some ground. I think Russell performed the best. So a lot of pickup and breadth into the end of the day. ES still underperforming NQ, and a big drop in oil, 126 basis points. Gold continues to move higher, seems to have turned around its drop from earlier today, where it fell to about 0.57, but still pretty far from, I think, its high around 117, 120 points. Silver and copper also still moving up. This is going to push up PPI, right? This and just like the broad commodity rise in general is going to put a lot of pressure on producer input costs, right? And now with a slightly weaker consumer, it's going to be, and wages kind of stagnating, it's going to be harder to pass those prices onto the consumer, right? And that causes margin contraction. So, companies may be faced, especially manufacturing input, may be faced with, contracting margins as input costs rise, but they're unable to price that out in the output, right? Something to consider. That could have a substantial effect over the next like 3 to 6 months. Probably not immediately, but it'll be expressed in guidance moving forward. So if we thought quarter four had some uncertain guidance, quarter one may have some more bearish guidance. Anyway, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I won't be here tomorrow. Probably for most of the day. If I do get back early, I'll kick the stream on, but I'll drop Pickles Picks tonight, and I'll try to get an update out post CPI in the morning, so at least you guys have an idea of the landscape of the options interests tomorrow. Thank you so much. Later.